Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Ava. Ava. Where's Opera? Everything feels wrong. Everything feels wrong! Let me get ready. Give me a minute. Oh, shit. Hold on. All the Wi-Fi got disconnected. Give it a second, chat. Here we go. Let me get this set up. I forgot the password. Give me a second. There we go. That should work. I'm gonna hide both my networks. Okay, we got our protection is up. Alright. Alright, we do this, we do that. Do I think Elf is playing a high VR, so let me check. 11, oh.
Hello.
Elf,
Just be happy.
you know the anatomy of the ear, right?
The anatomy of what?
Anatomy of your ear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a little snail inside your little head that tells you to play Wartime all the time, that's why. This is why we can't. This is why a lot of us can't escape. Literally, take a look at the cochlea and the semicircular canals. It literally the snail is stuck inside your head, whispering, "Play it, play it, play the game, play the game."
Yeah. There's a snail in your head. Dig him out. Dig him out.
Exactly, dig him out.
Yeah. No more top tier. Amelia hates top tier. Oh no. But it's so fun. You got 5 KGE. Ooh.
Hold on.
Wait for the sale. Wait for the
70 consecutive streams? What the fuck? Alright. What the fuck? Hold on. Oh, give me a minute. Just give me like a slight second. Oh. Ah, never mind. I don't even need a slight second. It works now. Alright. Let's see what we're doing. 12-0! God fucking damn it. How about you spank my ass at this fucking point? Alright, let's see.
What's wrong?
12-0. What vehicles use J-Band? C. Pantsier, Tor, and Rollins, and Gapods. Is that a 12-0?
I don't know.
It's all IRSTs. Maybe? What do these things fire? What do the IRSTs fire? What they fire? What in the fuck? IRIOG, GNSSDL, IRCCM. Okay, they're IR. Okay, yeah, we'll be fine. I just don't want to get shot by IRC. Okay, let me make a preset for you. Let me make a preset for you. Let me.
Anti-radiation missiles now? That's crazy.
Yeah, if you go check the if there's only one helicopter, go check the AH-1W. It's the only helicopter with fucking anti-rads on it. Go check.
I have it, but I have to unlock it. It's still stock.
I requested it because I love helicopters. I love helicopters.
Yeah. Do you want a heli rush together?
Fuck yeah! The worst part is I think I'm better of a heli rusher than you are. What am I doing? I'm heli rushing with the crackhead here.
You guys don't hear the updates? I hear them.
Yeah, wait, you didn't realize Anti-Rash were in the game now?
Yeah.
Did you or did you not?
Why do you not hear it? I'm so confused.
I'm
Okay.
Huh? Alright, I gotta...
Oh, I'm confused too, Tappy.
There are anti-rads in game now, and they kind of work. It's just that they're all kind of they're basically uncaged. That's the issue. So that's my one issue with them. They're all uncaged, and I don't. Then you can't really. There's like, you know, in VTOL VR there's that RWR screen where you select all the RWR targets. I don't know how it works in real life. I wish we had that. I'm not gonna lie. We're at 12-0, so
Yeah. Do you want to drop
like
guys? We can
top
change
tier?
it to whatever.
12-7. 12-7. Okay, F-18s. Let's see what vehicles I got. Yes! M1A1 FP3. That's definitely gonna be...
I don't even have that one. It's so good, right?
I haven't tried it. I requested it. I got it for the update.
Okay, let's play it.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'll bring the Bradley too, why not? Just for the funsies. The M3, the normal Bradley. The shit version, the one that everybody hates.
Ah.
Are you proud of me, Gaijin? I'm doing your shit now. Love you, Gaijin.
Yeah.
No, I hate him. I hate him. I barely requested shit this time. I should probably play more War Thunder or some shit. I don't know where to fit it in though. I have a righty stream and I don't know where to fit my War Thunder in.
Blah, blah, blah.
I like Thank you. Okay, for the reads. Welcome, ladies. Hi, I'm doing great. What about you? Thank you for the 3 radies.
It didn't work.
Look at the Orca plushie.
Hang on.
No!
Sound alert.
No, the heck you die. No, look at him getting eaten alive. How's it happening? Very tired, but happy to be
Where
here.
did it go?
Sound alerts doesn't like Elf. Sound alert's scared of Elf. Elf horrifying. I'm gonna be honest, I selected the Set B3 just for the fucking reason. Only reason because it has camo on it, I love it. I need to get the clickbait. Someone needs to buy me shit. I swear to God, at some point. I need a sugar daddy.
For War Thunder?
Yeah. I want a sugar daddy for War Thunder.
Oh.
I'm good. It was silly. Thank you, Theo. I'm glad you enjoyed Arma. I don't know. Is that enjoying or no?
Ready up, friends?
Hey, don't blame me.
I know.
Just kick him. I can't really have a melee in mind because they are underage.
They're what?
They're, I think they're still underage? I forgot. Yeah, Amelia is not 18 yet.
I was not aware of this. Sorry, Amelia, you gotta go.
Wait, you're an 18 plus stream?
Yeah.
You might want to put that in your title.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Mods, please help. There's too much stuff happening right now.
The mods! The mods are little rats behind your fucking PC destroying your shit.
No.
They're nibbling on they're nibbling on your event cables. They're nibbling on your cables.
I need those. Oh. Alright, where are we?
I do agree with Amelia a bit though. Like I didn't even know you were 18 plus.
Stuff. We have to be.
Can't you join the military? It's under 16.
That's true, but that's a whole other thing. You know? It's like
I'm gonna go Hella Base 1.
Okay.
I do not really prefer playing the H1W, but yeah. Oh, God, I haven't played this in so long.
Yes, but with parental consent. Bruh.
Oh, I forgot that this one's I mean, I wanted to make you aware, because I'm aware, but I allowed them, because I had their ID and everything. Like, I have a rule. If you generally are not fucky wucky, and I do not attend all the 18 plus stuff, but just chill and, you know, be low ball. Yeah, you can watch. I'm already getting fucking pinged.
Okay.
We're getting fucking pinged.
It's lame how it's like, yeah, you can go to.
Yeah, like you just can't attend the events. You can't attend the events and stuff. Like if you're under 18, but you can watch like silently, like a good person.
Yeah, you can go to.
Elf, you were coming with me. Where are you?
A bar. I don't know.
You said you got a heli rush with me. I'm in a helicopter. Elf left me alone.
Die. Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Speed.
Oh, I don't have my helicopter loadout ready.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Hey.
Ooh, I can do this though. I'm gonna be a silly Billy. I'm purely attacking enemy aircraft. It's gonna be great. Trust. Trust Elf. Oh, Elf, hey Orca, you can go to war before you can drink beer. Exactly, right? That's so lame. I'm being tracked.
Yeah, there's an AA. There's already an AA up. I cannot protect. Sadly.
What AA is it? Do you know? Does it have an autocannon or is it one of the lame
Unsure.
Oh,
But
okay.
there is a missile launched, yeah.
Mine.
So that was at you. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I was like, why do I hear Maz crying out loud? Ah, never mind. It's just Elf getting fucking railed.
We're ahead of the enemy. For mercy.
Help! I'm stuck in air defense now. That's so cring. I wanna be free.
I'm currently figuring shit out. I do not know where that AA is. I'm definitely not
Spawn. It's always in their spawn.
in spawn. Okay.
Oh, there's missiles outbound. Look
Allied
out.
forces have captured a zone.
Lowering altitude 5? Yeah, they're in spawn.
Yeah.
Found him.
Help! Oh, they're capping the A point. Oh no.
Got him.
Bravo.
Pantier down.
Oh, nice shot.
Puma? Got a Puma too.
Yeah. Very nice. Okay, missiles are working, so I'm happy about that.
I'm out. Damn, that was quick. I did not lock on him fast enough. There's another Pantier. I got killed by John War Thunder.
Captured a zone.
John War Thunder, you escaped this once, John War Thunder, but I'm gonna come back for your butt.
Air. 2, 1,
Your pretty little butt necks. Your pretty little butt. I could actually spawn another helicopter. Should I do it?
Yeah.
Yeets 5 FFRs towards Elf's location.
Uh-oh. Help, help!
Elf need help? What's Elf in?
Yeah.
Elf is an ADATS. Oh god. Elf is gonna die.
Yeah.
I can't help Elf with.
Valuable effort and victory will be yours.
Oh, did he explode? He exploded. Safe. SPA makes it impossible to drop a nuke? Oh! I wish I could have a nuke. That sounds fun. Oh. I heard the rotary cannon. Where did Happy go? Happy, where you go?
Going back in?
Uh-oh.
Still trying to spot SPAA.
What will happen?
I'm hunting an SPAA and fucking. And a goddamn helicopter. This seems unfair, innit? Target.
When do you turn 18, Amelia? We're gonna do a timeout until then. Unfortunately, that's what we gotta do. Oh god! Look at all those missiles. April?
I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive! Yep, I see the AA site. AA site's down, I think?
I don't know how it works. No! Okay,
It's an AI track.
Yep.
Shit.
we had to. That guy just got bombed like 4 times. Holy moly.
AI track.
Just a little more effort, and victory will surely be ours.
Somebody, who the fuck is launching an A120 at me? Fuck off! I'm a helicopter! Go away! Go away! I'm just a helicopter. There's other things to go after. Kite?
Blah.
Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off!
I'm in the flying, or dead. Did we win? There's no bad guys.
I think
left.
we're winning, yeah.
Cosmetic.
Yay! What I get, 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 what I get.
I did not
I
do
got-
that match. I did really bad. No.
A shiny color?
Sure, welcome to the front.
What a good boy.
I knew that you were gonna say that. I was waiting.
We did it!
Yay, kill Alf!
No!
Kill Alf! Help Alf? Nah. Murder Alf. Murder the Alf!
Ah! I did so bad, Tap.
Nah, you're fine. Hi. Thank you for the readings. Hi, Valky. Welcome, leaders. My name is Happy. I did the hyperactive fox. I play a lot of raid games. I don't want thunder. Welcome to the stream. Hi, hello.
Did it.
You lived.
Okay, how much more? Yeah.
You wanna? Okay.
Another.
What helicopter are you using?
I am going to use the same as you. What do you have?
H1W. You do. No, yeah, shove that.
Uh,
I think
put in.
you're better off. You're better off using your actual helicopters. So your premiums. You have the AH-64A. So if you
One on Walkstar.
oh, okay.
There we
Yeah,
go.
sure. I don't think you would enjoy the Venom because I don't know. People don't like it. It's a niche taste.
The Venom? But it's cool.
The H1W. I mean, not the Venom. The Zulu. Fuck! I keep fucking mistaking those times.
Oh.
So all you need is just take a shit just double FFRs. So you're gonna heli rush at the start, double FFRs. But also these guys have the ability to take Zunies. So yeah, I'll just give you a picture of all this. I have a shit ton of presets.
Zunies. I need to get Zunies.
Yeah, I want to try and not heli rush next round. I'm actually gonna try to do my mixed loadouts. I want to try the Zunies. It's just the Zunies are just they're very, very selective. Yeah, you can only carry 8 Zunies in total. And they're 4 pods, so
Okay. Better, right?
I would not recommend the Zunies as a beginner, genuinely, because I have tried it. It has a bigger splash radius. You think it might be easier, but like without the saturation effect, you cannot really hit from far away. You're supposed to go in close. And I'm gonna be honest, my longest distance kill in a helicopter was from my spawn into their spawn. I killed a helicopter
Nice.
with my fucking FFRs from my own spawn. That's my longest distance kill. With fucking Hydras. No, with the FFRs. It was like, I think it was when I had the rental of the AH-1F. Like, I think like a very first couple rentals. I killed a motherfucker with it.
Nice.
Okay, that.
Just
pretty
lobbed it
impressive.
across the map. You could see it's like a grad rocket strike in the air. Yeah, but I'm very, very bad at artillery bombing, especially BBR. You know what? I'm heli rushing in this fucking map. This is the best map to heli rush in. I'll teach you. Spawn in helipad 1. Fun fact:
Oh, had one. Okay.
if you are under 9.7 and don't have CCRP, do a spawn in helipad 2, closest. But if you are far,
Right here. Look,
Oh wow.
the tippy tapper. Whee! Where we go?
Follow me?
Don't Russians use attack? Yes, they do. It actually is pretty good. They're also using it to shoot down drones now, Orca. They're
Yeah.
using the attack helicopters to intercept drones.
I saw the video, like, and they, I don't think it's fucking AI, genuinely, but, like, yeah, I think it's a genuine tactic, though. The, just fucking flying in an IL-2 with the back door open, just start shooting down drones.
Yeah, that was real. That was
Wait, that was real?
that one.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Whee!
Okay, we're gonna go 8 point.
Fur.
Okay, I'm gonna lower my gun sight
If
real
we
quick.
fly next to each other, they won't see us because they'll be like,
Oh no, they will hear us. They fucking, Gaijin hates helicopter sounds.
Forces have captured a zone.
So, it multiplies, by the way.
okay. Oh no. I made sure my buttons worked, that's all.
Oh no, I'm scouting. If you shoot rockets and do F8, you can do a little thingy. You have FLIRs, so just use your cameras to detect enemies beforehand.
Okay, I figured out my rocket button. I used quite a few rockets already, but that's okay.
Alright, going into the
Allied
profile.
forces have captured a zone.
We do the same, but with guided rockets. True.
Imagine they add the modern grad systems with the fucking, Nobody on A, I'm gonna go into charging.
They're the bad guys.
It seems like no bad guys yet, but I'll try to strike him from the back.
Yeah. I'm gonna do a low pass and draw aggro.
Got it.
There's an air defense up. Do you see him? I don't see him.
No, I'm very low.
Okay.
Saw the BMPT. Hit.
We've captured most of the
Ah, they both died.
I'm alive.
Tappy, help me! He's right there.
Where?
He's right there.
Ah!
I couldn't
Ah!
see over.
Wait, you got killed by a flak rat? Wait, why is he shooting at you? Ah! That was fine. We did good. We did good. I was actually gonna go A, but then I saw nothing. Nobody was claiming A, so I was like, might as well just go the other way. So like, yeah, I was fine to go the other way anyway, so it's fine. We'll try again next round.
It was flying like a brick. Why was it so slow?
We've captured most of the strategic
You have your pilot skill up?
No.
I'll teach you. I'll teach you. That was a bit fucked up because there was a lot of like quick reactions. Like we have a plan. We go in and fly out. That's it. You got to do that. We don't loiter like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. The H1W flies a lot better than the H1T. And this map is notoriously hard. You only got a couple routes to do it until anti-air is suppressed.
It was enemy. Oh no.
Where enemy?
Right there, Tappy. Look out.
We've been hit!
I belong, fucking Nicky Nahue! Alf! Ah!
It's bleak.
It is very bleak. Oh, wait.
Goodbye.
Honestly, the shit on this barrel looks really cool.
That was only 10 minutes? Okay. This one will be longer. Trust.
What happened? You're out in the hangar? Okay.
Well.
I'm on the hangar. We can do a better heli rush. Get Alf the nicest map to start heli rush training.
Yeah, I'm in the hangar now.
Hear me out.
Oh.
Hear me out. Heli rush is okay, no, my H1W is 3 minutes. Do I have the piton? No, I have an idea. I don't even need it. I don't even need your fancy shit. Your fancy avionics. I have the H1F.
True.
I just want to have a plane, but will I get a plane? Probably fucking not. Alright, I'm ready?
One day.
One day, chat. One day I'll be good enough. I still wonder, did they fix the bug that heli cannot respawn and reset their arms? Really wish, because like the best part about heli rushing is being able to kill 4 fucking dudes, going back to your airfield, and then really rearm to get toes. Yeah, that's one.
Oh,
I
that's fun.
I should go back and go over the hills.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Over these hills, you cannot hit anything above A. So careful. A lot of the A vehicles will be light vehicles. They will fucking try to shoot you down. I mean, I'm in an older variant than you are. I only have shaft. No flares.
Oh no.
I'll be fine. As long as we're not fighting Germany, we'll be good.
Trolls.
We're fighting Germany, aren't we? We are fighting. Oh, okay. That's every fucking nation in IRSTs. Okay. Love it. Love it. I love it.
Ah, the countermeasures work now. Yippee. We'll be okay, right?
Ah!
You know the way.
No. Well, yes.
What do you mean, no?
This is a very half-half map for heli fighting. You remember to take, like, no fuel, right? Like, 13 minutes of fuel, right? Right, Elf? Right?
But then how will I fly back?
Why are you out in the field for, like, more than 5 minutes? That's the question.
True. Helicopter PvE, we take max fuel.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I'm so... Elf is just staring at me. Yeah, helicopter PvE is a fair plan.
Help! Help!
Elf can't go up.
I want uppies. Give.
Elf has no uppies.
Recon reports enemy
Give me the
spotted.
head, Patrick.
Look at Elf over there, trying to get up. Elf can't get up. Wow. Helicopter dysfunction. Poor Elf.
Edge.
Poor Elf. He can't get it up. Well, Tappy over here, the trans girl, is getting it up completely fine. This is why, yeah, trans girls over femboys. Oh well.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Wait for me.
Controlling most of the zone.
Elf can't get up.
Close to victory.
I'm gonna watch Tappy explode and then I'm gonna be like, never mind.
Grid square.
Is safe? Is safe.
Safe. Super safe.
Defend the B point.
Goodness, this is quite a high altitude we have to fly
Quite.
to.
I don't think I've ever been this high before, but this is a plan, definitely. By the way, the higher the speed, the more climb you get for some reason. I can see the enemy airfield.
Really? Can I shoot a rocket at
The enemy airfield is tracking me. It'll be fine. It's just a track.
it? Yeah, it's not gonna shoot you. They're not allowed to do that. That's against the rules.
Recon reports enemy spotted.
I'm being tracked. I don't see any enemy aircraft. Oh, there is enemy aircraft.
This what?
I'm dying. Happy help.
I think you are dying, yes. I'm sorry, Elf.
I can't shoot my rockets. No.
Attention to the
No,
designated
it's
grid
Happy.
square.
Why? I cannot believe it.
Skill issue? Question mark?
No.
I'm sorry, Elf. You get you'll get him next time.
Enemy is winning. We must counterattack.
Yeah.
Attack the B point.
I didn't even nick him.
Got a kill. Amora?
Enemy has most of the strategic zones.
Attention to the designated grid square.
May I have a
Attention to
plum
the
of score,
designated grid
please?
square.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
No.
Got it hit. I got SA 5'd. I think I got IR'd. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I was flying in the most vulnerable. I kill a guy though. I kill a guy. I didn't even think I was gonna kill him. It's fucking sucks though. I don't know why. Wait. Oh, hold on.
I got him.
I think I know. Wait,
I
what?
did it.
Huh? How?
I'm the best. I'm so good at this game.
Alf is the best helicopter pilot ever.
Yahoo!
Nuggets.
Why is everybody over here dead? Weird. Are my friends?
Been hit.
Haha, get fucked, bitch.
We lost the anti-aircraft gun.
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Recon reports enemy spotted.
Hit.
I'm at the boat.
We both got CA-10.
Yeah.
Motherfucker. Oh,
I
dickhead.
got Taffy again.
No, dickhead. It killed me.
I just dodged like 4 missiles. That's crazy.
Here, 280. Height, 500 meters.
We're a bad guy.
We've been hit.
Hey, I'm alive.
Oh, bro. My team is gone.
Yeah, there's a fucking 2 helicopters camping us right now, basically.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
No.
Hey, motherfucker spawned in a lab, bro.
North 1 Deer Shack.
Hi, Lloyd. Thank you for the subbies.
I cannot believe it.
It's still shooting. I died. I still got DA'd. Fucking.
Attack the B point. Attention to the designated grid zone.
I'm gonna go for cap. I'm gonna die though.
Get fucked, bitch.
Decap. And run away.
Tail damage? That's a Z11. I don't... He flipped out. I don't know exactly.
I saw him at the last second.
Ooh. I'm alive!
Attack the B point!
Everybody dying.
Ah!
What?
He's still alive?
Dying in spawn.
Z10 camping, I spawn.
Enemy forces
Oh,
have
can you
captured
shoot
the
him?
zone.
Dang.
I'm trying. Uh-oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. I think he sees me. I'm gonna hide.
I dodged missiles. Let's go.
Elf. I'm scared.
Air 280. Heights 400 meters.
Been hit!
Ow, ow, ow. Okay, should not have looked that way. Ah! Ah! Owie!
We've been hit!
Owie!
Terrifying.
Owie!
Electronic equipment operable!
Prepare for engine start.
Pain.
Happy, it's all up to you now.
We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
I can't see. My engine don't work.
I'll go aggro. Oh, I'm out of smoke.
Well, Elf, help repair.
Enemy forces have captured that zone.
Elf, help.
Been hit!
Ah! What the fuck are they firing at us?
Welcome to top tier, chat. Welcome to top tier. If I move fast, they can't seize me.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Yeah?
Defend the A
And no, I think you're dead either way, Elf.
No.
Incoming! Incoming!
Been hit!
Bruh, look at my little kitty cat. We're not making it out of the spawn. I gotta get out of here. I gotta.
9 fucking kills. I can see it!
Run!
They're men in loops, I think. I don't know. Maybe?
We no longer have the advantage.
Did I escape? I might have escaped.
We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
Missiles out.
I give you a knock-knock too, buddy. Bye, Alf. I opened your stream, immediately heard the sound of the missiles. I'm like, okay, yep, they're fucked.
Yep. Wait, I have an idea. This is my last spawn. I'm gonna try and redeem this vehicle. Maybe. Probably not.
I am too good at the game, chat. I'm what's called a baller.
You can escape that? That's crazy.
Are you in a low sat?
Yeah. Next time a little helicopter buddy shows up like that. I'm dead.
Well, I mean that did not last long.
Irredeemable tank. What a bad tank.
L fucking dies. L fucking dies.
Yeah. Why did my stream restart? What happened?
Eh? Looks
Uh-oh.
okay. Yeah, it did reset. What?
That's weird. I have time for one more. One more.
Sad. Sad. Sadness. All around. Alf, we gotta work on your endurance, bro.
Yeah.
You wanna keep going? Just do it. We'll ball it.
There's one more. One more.
Why, I wanna know why don't you go for so long? Like, you know, like the rest of us. 3-hour stream, why not? Oh, this fucking map. Oh, yeah, wait, are we spawning? Okay, I do not know about this site, though.
Up to
There
you.
isn't...
You're the boss.
I mean, up to you. You're the boss of your stream.
Ah. Let's take tank.
Mm.
Yeah.
You said that a bit too slow.
No. Happy hates me. Tragic. I'll try and get the you can yeah, you can
I did 14 eyes.
what? Yeah. I can do like 3 or 4 tops. I go, and then I fall asleep.
I did like a 14-hour stream last time by accident. I was like, ah, shit. It's already been... like, oopsie poopsies.
Yep. That guy got a kill. Crazy.
Where's my alpha male music? Hold on, I need my alpha male music.
Yeah.
Because I'm an alpha male. I'm an alpha female. I'm gonna steal your babies.
Let's help you repair, buddy.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Trinity!
Restrict this point.
3, 2, 1, 0. Go.
Thank you! Attention to the designated grid zone! Attention to the map!
Oh, we have the Gigaflink going. Hello, I loves. Welcome to the front. We are trying to clear up the... I didn't fire in time.
Attention to the designated
No.
grid square!
Alright, we're gonna back up, Dappy.
Target.
Our victory is near.
What are they shooting at? Is that you?
Yeah, that's me. Hit.
Oh, it's the guy above me. Okay.
Yeah, fucking cocksucker. 38. 38. Bye, Alf. Oh, that was not you. Never mind, he died.
I'm right behind you.
No, the guy above you just fucking died.
Oh.
Okay, VT1's not dead. VT1's not dead.
Flak rad. Watch out. What if I fly super close so where he can't see me?
Why in the fuck? That went through a tree.
Attention to the map!
I'm dead.
Oh gosh. I'm about to be dead.
Yeah, fucker. I would have tried to kill him, but nah, that shit didn't work. Ooh. He is... wait, you're right above him? You're right. You went past him. You killed him? God damn, nice. Good job, Elf.
Where? I got it in.
Nice. You died though, so that's still a failure.
No, it's not.
It's still a failure. You're supposed to survive, Elf. Anybody can heli rush and die. Anybody can do that. I'm sorry to say.
Fire!
Bro, really? Turret basket?
The engine is burning! Mobility kill!
Here's a server for our friends who are asking. For the Discord. There you go. Situation looking over here.
Help!
We've been hit!
My barrels are gone.
Oh, why is everybody dead?
Ah!
Oh no.
Machine gun ready for action!
They're killing us.
Gun in action!
I got an assist? The fuck?
Capture the zone.
Reload the gun, I can't see. I don't have thermals neither. Oh no. Did you join? Yeah. I just posted the link. Oh, this is scary.
Reverse!
I pushed out a spawn at least.
I am not horrified, scared. My butthole is clenched.
That worked. Uh-oh. Time for smoke. Oops, double smoke. Be protect. Is safe.
Hit! Hit!
I killing am I?
He's right there.
Target destroyed! An eye for an eye!
Help!
An eye for an. Oh. Wait, that's the motherfucker who killed me last time.
Yeah. I have this one left. We're gonna take it just because it's a goof. It's a little goof.
Uh-oh. Oh, Billat. Oh, Billat.
No, it's bleeding. I can't run away.
I'm alive?
I don't even have smoke. Alright, I'm in the last spawn. You don't get to go home.
Been hit!
No, they got.
Let me in my helicopter! Let me in my helicopter! I must made it! I must made it! Ah!
Yeah.
Ah, enough points. I'm sad. I'm sad.
Yeah. It's quite bleak, isn't it?
Allied forces have captured a zone.
They're just bombing spawn.
Elf! Elf, there's a T-90. Look!
Attention to the map.
In front of you.
Oh,
Bleh.
get for the missiles. They're coming. The missiles are coming.
Attention to the designated grid square. Roger that.
Fuck Brave, dude. They're very bad security and they leaked a lot of shit.
Get behind.
I'm okay. I'm okay. Running away. I'm fine.
Attention to the designated grid square. Attention to the designated grid zone.
Elf is going to perish. Goodbye. No, we are losing.
Hit! We've been hit! Target destroyed! And I'm going eye!
I didn't see him.
Up!
I was too focused on the helicopter. Alright, I'm in the hangar.
I see. No, it's just my friend. We're getting hit by missiles left and right now.
We've been hit!
Oh. Ah!
It's blue.
We're fine. We're fine. We're chilling. We're chilling. We're chilling. We're chill, chat. We're chill. We're chill. It's very bleak. Super duper bleak.
Yeah.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay. One more. One more. Doo, 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 doo.
Oh, ow. Oh, yes, Massa. I'm going to work, Massa.
No!
No!
That was fun though. Thanks for playing.
Aki, thank you for joining, Alfies. Boy, have fun. Where you going?
Yeah.
Where you going?
Yep. Good night.
Where you going?
We have to go.
Where you going? Where you, Alfie? Alfie, where you going, Alfie? Alfies? 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 No! Elf. Elf. Fuck up. Leave me alone to play this fucking game. Elf. Why have you done this to me, Elf? Elf. We could. I want to try to get the other things. I want to give it a go.
Into your vehicles.
Ready up. Driver ready. Gunner ready. Loader ready.
Elf left me alone. I'm lonely. Alone.
Wah,
I'm alone.
wah.
Alfie. Thank you for the raid in the club, Alfie. Why am I staring at the ball? Chat.
Please trigger Diamond.
I think my
I
tracking
know.
broke.
Trust me, I know. But it's an
He's hurt,
air
he's
battle
hurt.
with a transport helicopter and a fucking little bird. There is no timing in set space.
Hold this tight.
You're just holding the trigger.
There's a second tank.
BMPT.
Many shots did that take for these
Here, I'm getting out.
motherfuckers,
Ready?
Hey! Let's take us out of here. Get us out of here.
The BMPT
Mission
is left and
accomplished.
fucking
Let's
right.
go! We did it! Alright, let me pop smoke.
Squad 3 is putting.
Dead?
Artillery strike. Coordinates. Echo. 2. Destroy.
Echo 2. Acknowledge. Open fire. Artillery strike incoming. Artillery strike incoming.
Target destroyed. Up. We've been hit.
Key?
Target destroyed. Up, up, up. Up.
BK.
Target destroyed.
It bumps. 4K. Target, recenter. Okay. Wait, I killed the guy behind him. 5K. Nice. Chat, we ballin'. We ballin'. What do we have on this? Okay, M7 piece. Okay, we're good.
Excellent.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Suit 30? Fuck! SRC TWS. Up. Up, up, up. Suit 30 minor ping. Minor ping. 7 piece. 35 kilometers.
Attention to the designated grid square.
No lock.
Our victory is near.
My anti-rats are up. Firing one missile. He's going down. Good paint. Loss. Gonna eye on this guy. He's gonna launch a missile at me at some point. Target. Wide, wide.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Fuck! I-77! I did not flare. I did not flare enough. Hey, we have the chance. Can we? No, we cannot. Can we? No. Why is... Hello? Okay, my tracking is not working. Ah, we did so well, though, chat. We did so fucking well. Should've went a helicopter or something. Yeah, AIM-9Ls, I am not doing shit with AIM-9Ls. Alright, let's go helicopter.
We no longer have the advantage.
I don't even know, is the gun ever even fucking used? But I think it's just there just in case, right? Yeah, it's just there just in case you need it. Anytime you need it. Yeah, this is a fucky-wucky map, so... Emotional support gun, exactly. Excuse me. Everything's probably gonna be already pinged.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Let me lower collective a bit.
The enemy is winning.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Got a hit! I got a hit! I got a hit! I got a hit! I got a hit! Okay, look, I got a hit. Okay, you none of you fuckers would have done that. None of you fuckers can do that. I got a hit. do some hard tech while doing this shit. Man, let's do some high tech. Why not? I'm gonna be I am versatile, dickhead. Let's go. Alright, chat. Ready? Let's go. Stretch my wings, stretch my pillars. I'm gonna come in here if I can heller. Stretch my wings, stretch my propellers. Helen Keller gonna get an ATGM to her head. Yeah, tight shit. Okay. Fly 100 meters. Gonna do one strike in a C point. There's already a fucker there. Gotta kill Vilcus. Of course I would have killed the Vilcus. He's the fastest one to die. I should start firing slower volleys. Okay, hear me out. Bigger volleys are good for like attacks like that. But if you can do slower volleys, because I think they actually hit more accurately. I don't know. It's just a guess. I don't know. FFRs aren't exactly as accurate as Hydras. Poor fucking Vilcus, dude. I want to try to hit those fuckers from maybe a farther away, but I'm probably sure that Vilcus is probably going to spawn in AA. Like, I am basically fucking sure that cunt's going to spawn in AA. Okay, I'm gonna try something very, very dangerous. I'm gonna try to exit the game, not exit the vehicle. Oh, it doesn't work.
Most of the zones are taken by the enemy.
Yeah, I'm counted as dead, basically. God damn it! Yeah, we tried. We tried! Ah, it sucks! It kinda does. Yeah, it does not work in Grand Abbey. Let's go play the Makarva! Makarva! Inshallah! Oh, what? No, I don't know. I don't know what they tend to say. Inshallah, brother. Mazel tov. This is some shit. No, fucking no, dude. It's just a meme at this point. I'm showing Elf my loadouts.
דן מוכן! דן מוכן!
Fuck off! What are you, T-60, T-72? B. Wow, you're a beta, that's why. The betas always cry, wolf. When in the presence of an alpha, they pussy out.
חודר שריון טעון! היד ניזוק! מטרה הושגה!
Less talking, more killing, bitch.
חודר שריון טעון!
I'm leaving B. I be lot. Oh. It led me straight to him. Led me straight to him. Like a glove. That thing is like a. That just looks like a Bradley with extra steps. I'm not gonna lie. When I do this one might be fun. I don't have CC. I do have CCIP.
Attack the B point.
Stormer H. What? Huh? Oh, that didn't work. We fucking died? That's fine. Where'd Elf go? I miss Elf. I miss the Elf. I miss the femboy. I miss the piss boy. Let's give it a go. See how many kills can we get doing runs? I think you gotta be a good player to do this shit. I can get enough points to spawn in another heli. Think about it. I can fucking spawn in a heli at the start, kill enough people to get another fucking heli. think A point is one of the best ones. I don't know. It just seems like an easy target. It just seems like an easy fucking target, right? And you can't hear me out. It's a fucking easy ass target. A lot of ground to the left. A lot of potential targets. That's gonna hit? Probably not. Probably not gonna hit. Yep, too much spread. What the fuck was I thinking? What was I thinking, my friend?
Enemy spotted.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
You're like a fucking red dot or some shit to kill that motherfucker? It'll be fucking easier.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Attention to the map. Leaking reports. Enemy spotted.
Okay, let's try to get another one. Let's try to do tap tap taps. Let's do tapping. Alright, we can do this. We can do this, chat. We can do this. We can do this. Let's try to strike 2.5.
Leaking reports. Enemy spotted.
Ooh, speculate. Got a hit. Get fucked, bitch.
Enemy forces have captured.
Get fucked. I still hit him. Okay, okay, Specular is actually my worst nightmare. You don't get a launch transient. I mean, it would be nice if... I don't know what the Mars do. Okay, what did the Mars do? What do Mars do? Yeah, we might need Mars, man. Those speculators are fucking annoying. Wait, do we not have Mars? Okay, Mars are on. I think we need Mars. We should have used Mars quite often. Is that an Osa? Where the fuck is there an Osa? What? Huh? Why is it? That is an Osa, right? I think that's an Osa. I don't...
designated grid square. Most of the strategic zones are captured. Another zone captured, we have the advantage.
K3.
Attention to the map.
That is not an OSO! Why is there a tour at the start of the game? Okay, hear me out. I need to figure out my tracking real quick, because I was distracted by that quite a bit. Do I have Wi-Fi? Is it... Chat, let me fix my Wi-Fi real quick. Hi, Shadow! Hello! Hold on, I'm figuring out my Wi-Fi. Do I have to really broadcast it? Yeah, I do. Right. I'm gonna take a piss, and I think we should have time. I'll be right back, Shadow. Alright, I'm back. Welcome. Hello? I did. I have wet towels at my desk. It doesn't. It's fine.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Another zone captured, we have the advantage. Attention to the map.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I hear AH1. I hear an AH6. Go to war, little one. Oh, no, he's dying. He's dead. How is my endeavors are going pretty good. How about yours? I think he's dead. Not alive. Target. Fucker immediately looked at me. God damn. How is that AX6 still alive? Okay, I need to know. Stormer HVM. What the fuck is that? I think it's a... Good, look at instant kill. Star streaks? Beam riding, okay. Makes sense. Makes shit ton of sense. I just... When the fuck was this thing added? I've never encountered this till today. Especially in my time. The fuck is that thing? Never actually seen that thing at all. Plant.
Allied forces have captured a zone. Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Move in. Target. Net. That one. God, I fucking murdered Estrella. Fucking murdered that dickhead. Like, literally, he lost a missile at me. Maz, I love you, bro. I fucking love the Maz. Oh, I didn't even have Maz on.
We're winning. Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I'm a fucking rat, dude. I love it. I love it. I mean, I'm technically grinding helicopters. Right? So you can't blame me for it. I'm technically grinding helicopters, so...
Attention to the designated
I see
grid
traces
square.
in the air. I don't like it.
Air 280. Height 200 meters.
We damaged? We're not damaged. We're fine. We're chill. That Strela didn't have enough time to adjust. But I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, that Strela fucking came in clutch. That Strela came in clutch.
Keep it up, and victory will be ours.
Like, I am blaming that motherfucker. I didn't mean to kill that other Strela. I think that's 2 Strelas, right? I'm getting a bit too good at this. Because, like, generally, I am actually getting kills at heli rushes. Strela hit.
Air. Attention to the map. Bravo! Attention to the map!
Allied forces have captured a zone. And victory will be ours.
Repairing.
Got a couple hits though, but did his fucking arena? Did the fucking arena literally intercept a shit ton of my FFRs? What the fuck? That shit ain't right. That shit ain't fucking right. Okay, we're cool. Fuselage hit.
Attention to the designated grid square.
I'm a fucking menace. Everybody's like, oh, A6M is much more of a menace. Yeah, fucking, that's horrifying. Seeing that when you're cresting down the hill is fucking horrifying. You're like, why is there a helicopter sound? And I'm just sitting there with fucking 68 FFRs pointed directly at you. Motherfucker, I don't know how that cunt is still alive. Damn! Yeah, we're hitting clip today. We're literally hitting clip today. God damn it. Nah. I hate the fact that I'm actually good at this, dude. It's so rowdy. I hate it. It's fun. Just yeeting rockets at people in a helicopter, right? I enjoy the Mangak Hydra.
Attention to the map.
But like, I guess it's kind of right up my alley in a way. Poor guy, he's fucking dead. He's dead. He's fucking dead. Those were eyeballs. I should have probably... I mean, Okay, and here's the question. Should I have rippled all my rockets? Or should I have tap fired? Or should I have salvoed it? Need a bit of a boost. Wash that shitty taste out of my mouth. Mission ended. Motherfucker. Wait, he's fucking shooting missiles at my shit. Wow. Dumbass. Got shit more to do. Do I have unlocked modifications? What is the thing that says that I have to? Actually, really challenging one this one is. Actually, this is super challenging, actually. I have actually never helicoptered on no risk. Yeah, I've actually never helicoptered on over risk before. Maybe there would have been a bit better. Since this just give off more of a signature. Fuck, okay. 2 S38'd. So that was a 2 S38 down there! That's fair. You know, I have an idea. We don't exactly need that many rounds, do we? Okay, the guns have really shitty ass spread. Oh, that's the left side. I want to have it on the right side. Hiya, hi Cookie! We call her the angry snake. I'll put some eyes on this thingy. I want to put some eyes on it. enough things in this, if it killed enough stuff in this thing to make it actually worth it. Actually make it actually worth it putting 10 kills on this thing. It's actually worth it now at this fucking point. Oh my god, wait, they've added new ones? Where do I put this? It's in black though, that's the issue. That is a fucking horrifying death toll. Holy shit. Maybe I should tilt the eyes a bit more at an angle. I'm an angry motherfucker. I'm an angry motherfucker! Oh. It's gonna be a fun one. Got a cannon strapped onto this shit box. We could probably grab an AIM-9LT, why the fuck not? Try to shoot down missiles. Try to actually see. I think C point's the best idea here. Yeah, C point's probably the best idea in this scenario. Oh, the music's really loud. Sorry, I just realized that. Holy fuck, okay, the music's loud in the game. I am so sorry, everybody. I did not know that. Somebody could have told me. Jesus. We're at this point just sacrificing so much shit. I'll be honest.
Recon reports enemy spotted.
Out of spawn. Try to get the guys at the back.
Recon reports enemy spotted.
Okay. We need to learn how to lead. I need to learn how to lead. If I can learn how to lead, I can fucking murder people.
The enemy controls most of the strategic zone.
I wish there was something that could help me a bit, you know? Cause like, hear me out. I'm going this fast, so you gotta plus that to the rocket's velocity. Then you gotta, you know, see where I'm supposed to hit. I don't fucking know how to do that shit. I don't know how. Fucking net of a clue. Like, no fucking clue how to lead targets. I am gonna be honest here, chat. I have no fucking clue. Nada. Nada. No idea. fucking hate jump style. Jump style is cringe. Jump style is cringe. That's a fact.
Enemy forces have captured a zone. Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I have an idea. Hang on, Waz.
Enemy forces have captured a zone. We're losing.
Not kill. Our rockets are not hitting very well. No clue why. I'm gonna switch to one-siders. Yeah, I might switch to one-siders. I don't know. They're not hitting very accurately. Hi, how's it going? It's going good. What about you? Welcome, welcome. Not very well. I don't know why my rockets not have so much spread in them. Probably had to go a bit faster, in my opinion. Maybe. Yeah, my rockets are spreading a lot.
Thank you. Attention to the designated grid square. Attention to the designated grid square.
Yeah, my rockets are actually spreading.
A zone.
Alright, still, but even though I have to deal with something on a Discord server again regarding tickets, so I'll have to do. Oh wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by tickets? What's wrong? Wait, why you answer tickets? Are you like a moderator? A Discord moderator?
We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
Nami!
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
follow that plane.
110. Height.
Poor Tiger, though. He fucking got murdered.
Blah, blah, blah.
Do it, bitch. Oh. He's a pussy, that's what he is. He's a fucking pussy. I want to get a follow you of it. What SMP server are you on?
Attention to the map.
Target. Turning on Wise. Got a ping from left of us, right of us.
To the
Great Wolf.
designated grid square.
The enemy is winning. We've got to counterattack. Enemy forces have captured a zone. Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Yeah, I am not bringing these 20 mils next time. I have 30 mils on my fucking nose, dude. Nah, head pad probably broken. I'll give me a second to fix it.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Attention to the map.
I mean, it's a couple seconds to fix it, right? Get the file up. Yeah, we don't... Yeah, I might need to do lower salvos, maybe? I don't know. I have to figure it out. I came in, I saw, I conquered. Motherfucker. Oh, maybe that's why. I think I fixed it. Give it a go.
Enemy forces have captured a zone. The enemy is winning. We must counterattack.
I'm getting kills. This is a fun and safe way to get kills. Not gonna lie.
Attention to the map.
I mean, they make a fucking a version of the AH-1 Zulu with fucking with a fucking radar on top. Fucking awesome. What's this one though? I'm doing good. How about you? We're getting hit by anti-air. It seems like. We're getting pinged by AA. Ping from right. They still failed to kill me! I'm good! I'm the best! I'm the best! I'm the best! I'm the greatest! 2K. Could've done better. It's really hard to research. Yeah, those are not very good. Can I upgrade some skills on this guy? More logistical? No! Why no sleepy? Why no? Why I can't sleep properly? Why? What happened? What wrong? What burning? Why? Why? Oh, that's gonna be a fucked up map. I probably do a lot better than last time, but guess I have better shit now. I wanna go play Zomboid. Oi! No EPs. It's a good thing. Just don't sleep. It's accurate at like 50 fucking meters, but I don't know, that's it. At least we have a tighter spread now. Should make my fucking rocket super duper agile. Accurate, not agile.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I shot man jump, didn't I? On accident! I shot my engine off on accident! Oh. Wait. What? Huh? Wait, what the fuck? Huh? Huh? What? Okay, hold on. I've been doing that too constantly, so... I've been doing that too constantly. I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go toilet. Ugh, God. Loyalty to none. Loyalty to myself only and only me. If I will never be the one loyal to anybody else. I will never kiss ass. I will never chew their bubble gum. I will never eat their food for them. I, myself, me, and I, and myself only. Those small rockets? They're all aspects. Let's carry one, why not? We'll never know when we get the opportunity. Besides, we're good at shooting, so... We're gonna dump all our rounds anyways. Alright, scout! Still water. What's this, save Europe? Fuck Europe, dude. Oh, it's a good spawn! Alright, scout! Well, I think we're pointed directly at the A point from any spawn.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Ow, what? Ow. Woo! Brother, that did not hit. Definitely fucking not. That motherfucker did not hit me. Unless you could read my mind, you did not know what the fuck I was doing, lad. You did not fucking know. Motherfucker did definitely not goddamn know what the hell he was doing. It's a lie. It's cheating. It's cheated. I'm joking. Oh, this. Wait, all his versions? Okay, I think after this video, we're gonna go play some Zomblade. Why not? Let's go, chat. Let's go. We got it in our hands. We got it. Choose infinite loading? What? Hello, game? Oh. Okay, we're fine. I think we're fine. I think we're chill. Let me reset a couple things real quick. Okay, I hope we're fine. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Let me just reset everything real quick.
Fun case 187. Pretty sunset tonight.
Pretty. Quite. Alright. You know, I think that's our sign to get off War Thunder, right? No, we should be fine. Okay, I'm relaunching a couple things. Okay, we're fine. We're good. We're good. Actually, I am unsure. Is OBS borked? Go. Reset. Done. We're up. We're up. We're up. We're up. Alright. Yeah, blame the fucking French. Always blame the French. Always. Fucking always. You guys want to see me play fucking, Blade and Sorcery someday? It would be kind of fucking funny, honestly. I do have a backup. Like, we do have a backup. Honestly, always have a backup laptop or something. I just have it right there. There you go. Blade and Sorcery. Yeah. I have issues with Blade and Sorcery, but, it's fine.
Been tempted.
Yeah, I mean, it is fun, but it's not realistic in my personal opinion. I don't like it. Because this is the last round up here, so.
Reason. My VR.
I don't like VR shooters. Okay, Into the Radius is an exception. Into the Radius is fucking awesome. I don't know how they're doing the second one, though. I think it's... I mean, that could be fun, but getting people on VR is really a challenge in VR chat. Think about it. Think about it. Okay, wrong map. I thought of the wrong map. Fuck. Are those the Elcacs? Girl, that... I think those are all Nimitz. I think... Why are they shooting at me? Fuck off.
Recon reports enemy spotted. I'm sorry.
Fuck off!
Defend
What are Spike LRs are? I don't know. Okay, Mons is... Okay, hold on. Why does it not detect... Yeah, it does not detect Spike LRs. It does not detect Spike LRs? Okay. What? It should. Like, flaying a couple things, it should detect the launch phase, right? Like, that thing's burning is on constantly. It should detect it. It should. It fucking should.
Sorry.
Triple E already? God damn. still pinging me, of course. I look at their spawn. I want to see if I can strike it. I'll try to spot his ass. There is AA up. It's not it.
Allied forces have captured a zone. Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Yeah. That guy dead, I think. Okay, down.
Air 330. Height.
Ah, fuck. Okay, if I can like manually rage that, that'll be pretty nice. Okay, we gotta practice a bit more. That was a good time to practice, honestly. I would say that's a good time to practice, personally. Damn, these things are fucking horrible. Why are they using FFIs? Why? I'm actually curious.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Okay, Matrix. Mighty Mouse.
Need backup.
Hi, Amelia! Nico was nice. Nico did too fucking well. Shit. You dead? Buddy! No, I did. He kept crashing every fucking alley rush. I mean, if you're gonna be mad at, you know, joining an 18+ channel and getting banned, I mean, no. Rules are rules, I'm sorry, bro. You're lucky you're not on the fucking blacklist. At least you got timed out and you're lucky you're not on the blacklist, alright? Don't be salty about it. Rules are rules, and the only reason I'm here is because I see it's a bit dumb, but you gotta understand, right? Fucking. But Nico is about war, which I am so confused. Why is that 18 plus? Try to rush the A point. That's gonna be a bit rough, but I'm just gonna try to rush hard top. Push up to 90. One engine hit. Yeah, I don't know why, but it's fine. Stuff's happened and it happened. Yeah, honestly, it's fair. A lot of people have.
Attention to the map. Attention to the map. Attention to the designated grid zone.
Who the fuck? I think that's a Bimpy. 2S88, you know? 2S88, fine. That's how I died. I got 2 kills though, holy. Am I Britishing them? I'm Britishing them. I'm going up fucking real close and hitting them with a fucking rifle. So each of these have an equivalent of 1.19 kilograms. We did good. We did well. Wasting my missiles. I don't even know what those things do. Let me see. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay, I'll give it a go. I'll give these things a go.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Try.
longer have the advantage.
Okay, that doesn't seem to work. Never mind.
Attention to the designated grid square. Attention to the map.
I guess it's one tap. I'm gonna try to fly down the highway. Ready, chat? Look for the fucking crazy shit you're gonna ever see. Not the craziest. Probably one of the fucking stupidest decisions I'm gonna make.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
The enemy is winning.
Attention to the map. Air 140. Height 400 meters. Air.
Fucking what? KH-29! I hear me out. I'm actually able to provide close air support in an urban environment now. Hey, that's a neat new feature I can do. I ain't blaming myself. I actually did a good job. I actually did a good fucking job. Holy shit. Did a good fucking job. Wow. I'm not doing very well, am I? My tummy, chat. My tummies. What is? Stuff would be a doozy. It counts KHs, but does not count anything else. Ah, yeah, we fucked up. Okay. I should have stayed a bit farther. We're rushing in pretty hard, because we only got like 7 minutes left on a couple of these, so I want to get a couple rounds in. Get my money's worth. You know? Get your money's worth. Get your money's worth. Type of shit. Type of shit I do. I got your money's worth. Oh, okay. Not bad, not bad. Good map, good map. Oh, a very good map. Super deeper good map, actually. What we're gonna do? Okay, first strike is gonna be from the front. It's gonna be riskier. People to point out targets to me on C point. Like roughly around that gate over there.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Recon reports enemy spotted.
Allied
Enemy tank.
forces have captured a zone.
Why? The fucking spiky eyes! Fucking hate spiky eyes! Like, just chaff is fine. I don't think flares will ever aid me in any second. Carry a shit ton of flares and chaff, so why still not? Or collective.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Yeah, I expected that so as much. Okay, we gotta, sorry. We gotta do a bit better. We gotta do better. I'm gonna change the times that flares hitting out a bit slower, in my personal opinion. Fucking fucks jump style, dude. Jump style is cringe. Kind of measure interval every 1 second. Kind of measure this use interval. Go. Last round. No, I've been doing this pretty quickly. Oh, fun map to fucking play helicopter on, innit? If I don't fucking lag my ass off right now. C point. Yeah, C point's gonna be a bit fun. Why don't I actually go A point instead?
Attention to the map. Air 220. Height 200 meters.
Got a couple. We couldn't get too far. Place is really wide open. Might change up to C point. I'll try and stay low if can. So this is open terrain. Yeah.
Recon reports enemy spotted.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Yeah, basically, we're gonna try to go low if possible.
Attention to the map. The enemy controls most of the strategic zones.
20 seconds. We have to get a fucking topographical map, actually. Jesus. Ah, it's a topographical map. Okay.
The enemy's getting closer to victory. The enemy has captured most of the strategic zones.
Can't really hit anything reliably. That's hard. Hard targets are no-go. T-90s, definitely no-go. They're very resistant against, whatever the fuck I'm getting hit of. I mean, close range, you can kill them, but in long range, I am not gonna do T-90s.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
See? T-90s are basically immune to the fucking FFIs. Any T-series are fucking immune to those things. I need fucking... have better thermals, dude. Like, actually scouting. Scout that shit. Open field engagements are fucked. going directly on C point. Okay. See, when FFRs are not very good against T series. Got a kill though. Tracked one.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Allied forces have captured a zone. Enemy forces have captured.
Fat boy!
We're ahead of the enemy.
Could have been a better landing, honestly, chat. Yeah, could have been a better landing.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Yep, anti-air is up already. Your Mirage is gonna get fucking real. Really? Is that all you have? Man, go down a bit better, dude. Could have done a bit better.
Recon reports enemy spotted.
Anti-air's already up, it seems like. Turning on Maz, just in fucking case. $239?
Recon reports enemy spotted. Recon reports enemy spotted.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Yeah, 206 is down, anti-air is down.
Attention to the map.
Okay, let's rush this. Can do it. Can definitely rush it. C point.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Oh, he's up there. I forgot they spawned back there. Yeah, we're not having good luck right now, chat. Molly. Not the best of lucks. But, luck's either way. This one's gonna be fun, isn't it? The mount. Nope, not playing this map. Hell no. Racing Collective. Search, search, search. Heavy. Heavy, heavy. All heavies.
Leaking reports. Enemy spotted. Air.
Yeah, no targets right now.
Recon reports. Enemy spotted.
Allied forces have captured a zone. Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Most of the zones are under enemy control.
Oh, there's so many of them here! Fuck! Fuck it. Okay, honestly, I can give the kill to the BMP. The BMP is the best. Yeah, the BMP-2s. Okay, most Russian IAVs are really good at killing helicopters. Seems like a fucked up way to do this, isn't it? Okay, we're gonna try to hit light targets. Yeah, like, we can't really hit MBTs, but we can definitely hit AA. This thing can rely on a collective 100, like, pretty well, though. I'm gonna check a bit what we have.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Okay, A point. C point. Gonna look behind here, not. Search. 1, 2.
We don't have the advantage anymore.
It's like we need pre-intel. We really do need pre-intel. Something I at least know. What? There's a road here. Aha! Fuck you! You can just go right here into the enemy airfield. I'll try to hit those though. Rah! Rah! God, how do you get fucking better helicopters, dude? Swear to God.
Attention to the designated grid zone. Recon reports enemy spotted. Attention to the designated
Alright,
grid zone.
getting my sight out. Let's go. Not gonna kill yet, but we do have some hits.
Attention to the map.
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Attention to the designated grid square. Attention to the designated grid zone.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
You gotta get in closer. I'm gonna be like sub 1 kilometer probably. I have more flares than you can fucking fire at me, buddy.
Danger close.
Super duper danger close, actually. Holy. Okay, we have to. I'm gonna have to get nitty gritty in this shit. I'm gonna get in fucking knees deep, fucking palms wet with fucking pussy juice and this type of shit. That's what I gotta do. That's what we have to do. Seems like it. So we gotta get into the fucking. Put it to work. You gotta get in a bit. Yeah. Surprised the moth actually detects the launch transients, which is pretty cool. We don't want to try to travel too fast, because that means that we can't really like aim our rockets very well.
Yes! Attack the sea point. Somebody, cover me. Attention to the designated grid zone.
Defend the A point.
Attention to the map.
Defend the B point.
Got a tour up. Tour track.
Attention to the designated grid square.
Allied forces have captured the zone.
Attention to
16 missiles left.
Attention to the designated grid square.
Low. Keep it low. Keep it low. Keep it low.
Designated grid square. Attention to the designated grid square.
040. Height 2,500
Hi.
meters. Request
Low.
escort.
Low. Keep it low. Keep it low.
030. Height 2,000 meters.
I got his radiator. I got his radiator, chat. I got his radiator. I got his radiator. I got his radiator. Nobody expects the surprise pop-up helicopter. Damn, how fucking deaf you gotta be to not hear where the fuck I am? Like, genuinely, how deaf you gotta be? It's looking easy.
No.
Yeah, last round. I told you gotta get in nitty gritty. Right in his fucking ass. Alright. Ren. We ain't nowhere to run. Ah, yep. I could have done better. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how to play that map. I'm gonna be honest. It seems like a good map for fucking hitting in, like, you know, for guided rocket munitions, but... you know. This one, though, is kind of fun. Definitely kind of fun. I wish we were able to take Zunies at the start. Honestly, it would be pretty fucking funny. I know.
Sorry.
Should we try to support E? I'm gonna go C, actually. Because people in air are unlikely to shoot us, so.
Air 150. Height 100 meters. Air 160. Height 100 meters.
Hang on, Mice. Be a rough map to actually hit anybody, actually, though.
Air 180. Height 100 meters. Air 190. Height 200 meters.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
The enemy is controlling most of the zones.
Oh, fuck, I hit my propeller. Damn it. Damn it, Bob. Damn it, Cappy. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. God damn it. God damn it. You know, I'll try this again later. Well, yeah, I definitely need to practice, but I definitely need to, get the helicopter, moreover. Yeah, it seems like I just had to get the helicopter because we're barely getting any research on this thing. How much is just to buy it, though? $6K. Huh, so wait for the November to get a lower price on that thing. What the YAH? It's a bigger target, though. Rah! This thing only has 56 hydras. Not exactly good. Do have Hellfires and externals. They have the external mounts and shit. But it's only 4 per each inside. I don't exactly know how good this thing is. Is it actually gonna be any good? For the fact that, like, I'll do this and I'll change the sound, but I'll actually start a YouTube stream too. Agility maxing, literally, holy. That's a really good agility, though. Holy, actually, a really cool agility. Like, actually really high agility on this thing. I'm actually impressed. I'm really impressed, actually. But, huh. So half-half on it, honestly. How much do you have? 120, okay. This thing have hydrants? Oh, it only has small hydropods. We'll do... Okay, next week we're gonna do just helicopter shenanigans. Seems like it. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna change games and I'm gonna set up the streams. Love y'all. Be right back. Alright, hold on. Before I go on YouTube, hear me out, chat. Hear me out. I'm gonna create an image. It's just two fucking ISIS dudes pointing a gun at fucking Rainbow and at Rainbow Dash plushie, and asking fucking a question for a goddamn fucking ransom. That's my idea. Yeah, don't worry. We're setting up verticals and everything. Give it a bit. Yeah, give me a second. We're doing some OBS stuff real quick. We're getting shit set up. How do I need one for, I need to also do, alright, let me start off the kick version first. Nah, we don't want to kick, alright, let's get to the game. Alright, let's do source clone. Let's grab... I don't know how they're gonna do this, but okay. Source clone. Can we get the vertical up? I supposed to fit the entire seat? The entire 1980 fucking screen, dude. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Hold on. I need to learn how to fucking do this. I need to know how the fuck they do it. Hold on. I need to see how do they genuinely do it. Is it just all chats or? Oh, wow, you put advertisements. Damn! That is scummy as fuck. Okay. That is actually scummy as shit. Well, I guess it is what it is, right? Ah, God, I hate shorts, dude. I wouldn't crop out just enough of the sides, actually. Hi, Mikey Mo!
Shut the fuck up.
Well, I guess fuck you too. Yeah, this is... I kind of really do hate this, though. Hold on, I'm so sorry, everybody. I have to do this. Ah. Give me a minute. Guess that's good enough, right? Yeah, that's good enough. Oh wow, this is so fucked up that like a.
Shut the fuck up.
How do I stream? Okay, YouTube should go up.
Hey! Listen!
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Let's see. That should now go up. Right? Yeah, it should. Yes. I don't see it, weirdly enough. Shut down the YouTube one for a second. on. I think I gotta output settings, change to that instead. So it's the same key. Hashtag shorts. Oh shit, right, okay, let me try this again. Okay, I gotta do that, and then I gotta do dual streaming. Right. I go live on both. Let me retry again. Okay, normal. Check, is that gonna go up? Okay, it's not. Okay. It's not letting me. Hold on. Give me. Let's try this again. We're still sending it. Strong 16, so. So first one should go up in a bit. Alright, I'm managing the streams real quick. Hold on. Yeah, that ain't. Ah. Okay, let me give it another go, alright? How's everybody holding on? Hello? Yeah, we've been trying to fuck around quite a bit too long, in my personal opinion. Get some music on right now. Schedule each one? Bruh, go fuck yourself. Okay. Alright, let's give this a go. Alrighty, so we get. There we go. Both done. That's easy. That was easy. Alright, let's go. Let's get to fucking gaming, dude. I'm fucking tired. That's a very interesting way to do it, honestly. Okay, I'm back. Funkies, Magima, you both there? I miss you both quite a bit, actually. I know you're still here. I'm glad. I really should, like, get some shit done. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do today. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of forgot. I really just kind of forgot what the fuck we're gonna do today. Ah, right. We have a truck and everything. We should rebuild our defense. I don't think we have to. Genuinely, it seems fine. It generally seems fine. Our defenses. It's fucking 2 p.m. That's why I don't want to do anything in game right now. She's fucking depressed as shit, though. Yeah, I want to replace these. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna replace these with the ones we found down there. Because we want to have storage for that, personally. Let's go let her go read some books and some stuff, honestly. Poor girl. She needs to go read some books and shit. Yeah, I should check her advanced audio properties. That should be fine. Yeah, I know, right? Poor girl, dude. Okay, I have to, like, sit down and read a couple things. You know, let's actually fucking redo all this. Category, there is food here for some fucking reason, okay. I still want to create a new room. I really still do. That's what I want to do, like create a new room down there. I think we gotta like manually create it though, so it's gonna require a lot of nails. Let me actually see. Do we need nails? I don't, do we wanna? We can. So walls wise, we can do brick walls. We can do like garage walls. We just need plaster, that's the issue. And this is what these are. We need a lot of plaster and we don't have any plaster left. Takes level 5 carpentry, which we do not have. We can just give ourselves level 5 carpentry. Let's just give ourselves like full carpentry at this fucking point. the lore stuff can be in there. Sit down. Sit. Wait, how sit? Sit on the ground. Sit there, read books for a bit. Agree filled with heart. Let her have her read some books. Less depresso. Less depresso. We gotta be less depresso, chat. Less depresso, more espresso. Type shit. Alright, keyframes. What the fuck do you mean keyframe frequencies? 4 seconds or less. Let's see. There. Is that better? I don't know what the fuck it means. Kilobytes per second? Keyframes per second? I don't fucking know, they're not different. We wanna like separate these rooms in all technicality. We can just do that, because this is a big area. Right? I don't think it's a good idea, no. It is a very big lunchroom for like 4 or 5 people. In my opinion, that's pretty fucking big. Yeah, let's separate it, why not? Just build one here, one there, it should be easy. It's just building that entire room over there. Probably not a good idea. I will do that. I'll build the entire room. I want to try to build a room. We'd have to build an entire room. What the fuck is... Somebody's DMing me. Hold on. I have to bring a shit ton of wood down here, though. That's gonna be an issue. And nails. We need a lot of wood and nails. What if we... Wait, hold on. What if we just... Blacksmith... Okay, large bellows are gonna be an issue. Fences. Barbed wire fences. Wood. Simple farm wooden fence. Wide log gate. We need pipes. A lot of pipes. And if we wanted to, instead of using that, we can use metal wall frames, but those require steel rods. And we can't make those because we have not learned the recipe, so we're gonna make woodworking stuff. We had to go out and chop some wood. That's fucking weird, though, I don't know why. Where are my depresso medications? Where's my depresso espressos? I need my depresso espressos. Give me my depresso espresso. There you go, depresso espressos. Two depresso espresso. I don't know why. I think we could have used. I think we're using that room. Are we gonna use that room? Hold on. I mean, this room is next to the... It could be a place that can work. I mean, I'm not complaining. It could work. You wanna give... We can give it a go. Dog house. Doggy. Doggy duck. Dog, dog, dog. Use suppress and turn paste into seed oil. Grindstone. Okay. We can definitely build stuff down here. I definitely do agree. I want to do some metalworking stuff. Blacksmithing. Got a primitive forge. We can should make a simple furnace and forge. It requires stone blocks. I think we can make stone blocks, Chad. But that also requires an anvil, which I do not know how the fuck to get an anvil. Where the fuck are we supposed to get an anvil? No clue. Bucket of clay cement. It can be any cement. Okay. Wooden bucket and... okay. Acme? Wait, Acme! Carpentry. Agriculture. Chicken hutches. Why? Oh, that's a composter? Ow! Ow! Anvil! Okay. Seems fair. Over here, we're actually making into like a nice little place for we need to somehow feed them. We need to somehow feed the fuckers. That's gonna be an issue. We need to bring some wood down at some point. Yeah, we do. Girly Pop's a bit too tired right now. I think it'll take a bit more than that time to get everything all set up. Right, why not? Yeah, we can do it. We can do it. Okay, let's go up and chop some wood. We have some time. Get her a bit active, I guess. We'd have to disinfect it all, though. That's gonna be an issue. Okay, this room does nothing. How'd I get up there? So I'm gonna need rope and an axe. A shite ton of rope. Stop being so depressed. It's fine. You were out there killing zombies all night, weren't you? Yeah, you were. Be proud of yourself. Why am I... Oh, you're right, rope. Rope, rope, rope. There we go. There's rope. Put it in there. Let me real quick check everything is in line. Let's equip our stuff. And we'll probably come back and process it tomorrow morning. Be good enough. We don't have nails. We have to go out and grab nails, wood, and everything. Oh, it's definitely gonna be an entire process, you know? But the expansions are needed. We are gonna start off with 2 cows because, well, cows are better than whatever the fuck pigs are. Oh, you grab the weapon. I need the weapon. Right? Start off with 2 cows, 2 chickens. That's what we're gonna have. 2 cows, 2 chickens. And yeah, that's it. 2 cows, 2 chickens. What I need to grab the yeah. Grab that. Let me out! Oh, Lord almighty. Okay, actually, the weather's getting better. 15 degrees Celsius outside? Not bad. Not bad at all. It's fucking hell of a place. That is not bad. Tree branches, we should probably also take. Shove them in our little backpack here. Wood. Those houses down there have quite a bit of wood on them, so. We have 4, 8, 11, 12, not 11. Pretty good. Pretty good of a haul. Pretty good of a haul, if you hear me out. So we're gonna make a chicken hutch and a couple fences. Would be a good idea. I'm gonna bring a couple branches down, if possible. chicken. We can at least eat eggs and have some nice food. You know? Chicken, 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 chicken. Dead guy. Probably get rid of that dead guy at some point. Nice. Tomorrow we're gonna go out and we have extra here, so we're gonna go loot some nails, some wood, nails, screws, metal scrap, and just you know. A lot of houses broke down, so might as well, you know, right? Alright. Yeah, see? We did it quick enough, it's already 20 already. Nothing. Yeah, we're getting a lot of stuff on the shorts, so that's pretty good. Only passers-by, nothing much. We're chilling, we're chilling. I don't know why it's poor, but it's fine. I would rather I think instead of chopping down wood, we should probably do that one first. Clean some blood at some point. What's that? Frame pack. Watch bellows require... Wait, where all the... Oh, right. Let's give it a little break. We're on day 23. holy